get that mic up. Check, check, check. There we are. Hello world. Okay. We're going to give it just a minute here because I know the YouTube lag is pretty bad. We're going to check and see how bad it is when not on my desktop because I swear it's where it was just like 2 minutes ago. So we're going to try and figure that out real quick. And hopefully we can get somebody from my broader support network here in just a second so I can test audio, make sure everything's good before we start. Looks like we got somebody in. I'm going to wait and see if I can here do a chat. I think my doorbell just rang. That's really weird. My doorbell never rings. Be right back, 1 second. Relax. Okay, and we're back. Okay. I'm gonna check and see what that countdown says for other folks. I'm surprised at how bad the delay is. Currently it says 8.5 minutes left till stream. You and me, so we're figuring things out as we go. Seems like people might not be in chat right now, despite being in the stream. Oh, the doorbell was, my dog was in the backyard and she took off and I just realized I didn't close the dog door. I'll be right back. Go on. The technical difficulties of a new streamer. Free dog, yep. She's back now. And right now it sounds like she's picking up really good on the microphone. Zaya, go on. Go on. I'll wait until she cools down for a second. Okay. Alright, looks like we got 4 people in stream. This is going to be really boring content when when the video actually starts for you guys, because it seems like I'm very, very far behind. Huh. Let's try launching again. There we go. Okay, YouTube says excellent connection. Are we live? Does anybody hear me? Check, check. 5 stars. Okay. Well, let's finally take a breather. And I need to get that out of my sight so I'm not watching myself, because that is going to be very distracting. I can finally breathe. Everything's working. Yay! Right, we're going to give a couple of minutes here for folks to come in who I am expecting to come in. Hi! I am Know Nothing Attorney, or Know Nothing, or you're welcome to call me Austin as well. I did and didn't ever want to do this. This is a lot of stress. Especially because if I was ever going to do this, which was kind of the idea I had for a long running time, I wanted it to be perfect and ready before I ever started it. And there was no way that was ever going to happen, but I kept telling myself that. So that's why I did and didn't want to do this. I thought it would be a cool idea. It was something I enjoyed. It's something important to me. But I kept thinking, I need to make a massive document. I need to do so much research. I have to have everything at hand ready to go. What's the art on the bottom? Art on the bottom. This one? This is a frog. This one over here is the Bill of Rights. One of the things I think is most important to us. So that's why I've got it right there at my side. We got Honest Abe looking like me over here. And both of these, well, this is made by a San Antonio artist. And I can give you their name if you ever want it. And this is a piece that I really liked. I bought it at an art sale. Anyway. So, for everybody who knows me, which I expect is most of the people who would be here at this point, it's no surprise to you that things are bad. Things are really rough right now. People that I love very much are scared that should have no reason to be scared. They are good people. They are even citizens, U.S. citizens, who have good reason to be scared. And I have good reason to be scared too, which should seem strange even for the people that I'm scared of, considering that I am a multi-generational American, a white, cis, heterosexual male. I come from a family of privilege. I myself am in a position of privilege. I come from a Christian background, white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant. If I have to go to the most random thing that was scary to me, really scary, because there have been things that have been scary for the past 10 years. And I can say that as an attorney. I am an attorney. I know that was in my name, but I can make that clear. I know a lot about this stuff. And when I say a lot, I don't think I know a lot compared to a lot of people who are scholars on this kind of thing. I know a lot compared to your average person. And things are scary. Things shouldn't be the way that they are. And for people who aren't scared, it's because on average, Americans don't know how things are supposed to be when it comes to abiding by the law anymore. But I was saying one of the first things that was incredibly scary to me was the election last year. There was a point where RFK Jr. said that people who have ADHD, surprise, that's me, people who are on antidepressants, SSRIs, these people should, or it would be appropriate for them to be sent to work camps, to be re-educated. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure he used that word, re-educated. I didn't think at that point there was any chance that Trump was going to win the election. I didn't realize how many people were misinformed on the economy, because I believe it's pretty clear that's how most people made their decision, was based on the economy following COVID. So at the time, I didn't think it was possible he could win at all. And I was terrified despite that. It was so horrific for someone to say that I was terrified regardless. And I think for a lot of us, it's really surprising that people aren't seeing what we're seeing. An extreme use of power, an extreme accumulation of power, a fearless use of power where it should be checked, and we're not seeing it checked. It's a feeling of, you feel lost. Where is everyone? Why don't our neighbors see all of the scary things that are happening? And so this project that I had been hoping to start for a good long while became a matter of immediacy. Friends of mine know that I've been talking about this for a good long time, and it reached the point where I just had to say, I don't have the opportunity to wait anymore. I just have to start without feeling ready. And that's why I'm here today not feeling ready. I don't think there's any possibility of feeling ready. I think the only way that I can ever feel ready is to start doing it, and eventually it'll feel normal. So here I am. I sit in front of you very uncomfortable. Hopefully I don't seem as uncomfortable as I am. And hopefully I will feel more comfortable with time. But because of that, things are going to be pretty bumpy. There are a lot of things I don't know. Like I said, I call myself know-nothing attorney. And that's because I want to own something. And I want everyone else to own that with me. I want anybody who's willing to own that with me to own it. And that's embracing not knowing anything. That may seem confusing to some people, but the truth is you can never be 100% certain on anything. Even things that we spend a lot of our lives studying, a lot of our lives gaining that knowledge in, things we could have firsthand experience in. There can suddenly come a day where something surprises us and we say, I didn't know. I had assumed all this time that what I had predicted based on years of experience would be a certain way. It wasn't the case, and I need to change how I think about this. So, yeah, I know nothing, and I'm proud to own that. What I want to be is highly confident in many things. So I hope other people would happily accept that they don't know anything and join me in trying to become highly confident in things. Right now I'm just ranting. I don't see activity in the chat a lot yet. You're welcome to chat, and I will respond to you for those unfamiliar, because I know I watch a lot of live content. I watch a lot of debate content. I know there are people who are not like me. Yeah, you can chat anytime, and I can respond to you. Something I hope to do here is I want to talk to people about how they know things. I want to challenge people on how they think they know things. You want to hear the outline, the structure. I'm not sure what you want to hear the outline or structure on, whether it's the content of the stream or whether it's the content of the proposal. But I can start with, easily enough, the content of the stream. And what I have for you today is hopefully some opportunities to chat with people who want to join on the Discord. The Discord link or address is in the channel description. I couldn't get my account verified in time, so I couldn't put it in the stream description. It is in the channel description. So, all right, on proposal, we got to take some time to build things up. And I apologize for that. But in short, what I will gladly embrace right up front is what I'm proposing, what I'm proposing is that we use Article 5 of the Constitution to hold a national convention. And that both seems difficult, maybe impossible, and it's self-frightening. But I have an idea for how we can approach this. It's not extremely fleshed out, but I do have an idea. And I have an argument to back up why you shouldn't be scared of Article 5. But what I have first, and I've waited long enough, is, as I said, it's hard for me to feel prepared for this. So what I did do, and I hope to be more free-spoken in time, I prepared some words, and I understand if it's hard to sit through, but I have a lot that I need to say, and I'm going to forget all of it if I don't get it out. So I'm going to go ahead and get that out of the way so that I can feel that we have the foundation set. So I'm going to put this up here. Bear with me. I have a lot to say, and if I don't get it all out, I won't remember it all. I'll talk like a normal person in a minute. I promise. But before I do, I prepared some words to say. And I do this, the entirety of this project, for my daughter and for my found family, those I've accumulated since second grade up till very recently. So without further ado, my fellow statesmen, I have to imagine that an unfortunate few have shared with me the burden of preparing words with the near paralyzing degree of reluctance that hounded me in every step of this endeavor. And all for an unseen, unheard audience. Why reluctant? Honestly, I don't count myself among the politically driven, the socially predisposed, the ambitious, or even the confident. But despite that burden, its sheer mass persistence, and the hesitation it instilled in me, I found myself irreversibly set down the path that led me here. And while I come before you now, that albatross on full display, I do so gladly, because I'm proud to reaffirm again and again that I know nothing. And by that I mean I have been wrong many times, and I accept wholly that I may always be wrong again. But that doesn't scare me, because truth shouldn't be frightening, and I never want anything but truth. For my purposes today, what I profess to be is highly confident in many things and adept in few. And the state our world is in has left me with only one thing I can think of to do: to remind you of those burdens that are your responsibility. And with all the nauseatingly saccharine earnestness that is in my nature to express, to remind you of the remarkable power you wield to face them. Almost exactly 250 years ago, we shed those ancient degrading chains ascribed to us by monarchy and aristocracy, and we took from our former masters everything that was theirs. Their treasuries we diverted to the common good, their power we divided amongst ourselves. Their titles we took as a reminder to be called upon in our daily consideration of each other, that our equal station with our self-proclaimed superiors never be forgotten. And as we perhaps always should have known it was in our nature to do, we forgot. Not because we didn't honor the horrors endured and virtues exemplified by our forebears. No, somehow that remained when all else was lost to time. And not because we found the histories meaningless or insignificant, or because they were too complicated to understand, but because the vigilance required to maintain that memory is too burdensome to bear when compounded with the many trials of our everyday lives. Merely burdensome. Mothers and fathers sacrificed, siblings, friends, communities, generations that could have been and never were, that others may be. Countless lives lost as the acknowledged and worthy price for calling ourselves masters and mistresses, for us to be sovereign, to self-govern and direct the course of a shared and prosperous future. And that legacy is now nearly lost to us, because exercising its powers doesn't deliver the gratification it once did, because remembering feels like work. I understand. We all understand. Life is hard. Day after day, paycheck after paycheck, you are trying to hold everything together just enough to pay rent, stay healthy, raise kids, keep a job. It's a relief to have anything left to give yourself. The absolute last thing you want and need is another responsibility, another thing to worry about in that quiet dark you have to face each night before finally earning rest, another burden to carry. But by virtue of necessity, in the face of not complete, but all too widespread silence, from the public at large, and worse, from far too many in my profession, who owe you a duty to preserve knowledge of rights and restraints on power, I'm here to remind you that the burden of vigilance remains whether or not you bear it. And in abandoning it, you let it fall on the shoulders of your community, who without your aid buckle more and more under its weight. And we cannot hold. I will be unabashedly direct with you. Our masters never left. They have merely been biding their time. They have suffered the imagined indignity of sharing titles with you, of entertaining your self-proclaimed rights, of wasted opportunities for dominion. They persist not by birthright or instruction, but by the nature of our humanity. Among the many will always be the entitled few, and their appetite for power is never satisfied. They will gladly relieve you of your burden. They will do it with a compliment and a smile and call you friend. Today we find ourselves with our benevolent burden in the hands of our masters. And if we let them walk away with it, they will not willingly give it back. With that precious burden go our rights, our history, and the shared prosperous future we once thought guaranteed to us and our children. I say if we let them walk away with doubtful optimism, for I fear that moment has already passed. Don't mistake me, though. I told you that I'm here to remind you of your power, and I will go out of my way to fulfill a promise. You certainly have power. You may have forgotten it or never known you had it, and I imagine that is no accident. And I would be disappointed if you didn't doubt my judgment, which it is my goal in all that follows to remedy, when I tell you that it is a power promised to you by our forebears in the very Constitution that leaves us feeling so powerless today. in Article 5. The Congress, on the application of the legislatures of 2/3 of the several states, shall call a convention for proposing amendments. That power is open-ended, unlimited. If it hasn't occurred to you, an entirely amended Constitution is a new Constitution. It's not a revolution I propose, but a coming to the table. Not violence, but peaceful process. 34 states to call us together, 38 to forge a new destiny. We've done it before, and we can do it again. One state at a time, one district at a time. Before anything else, I called you my fellow statesman, a title I use because though you and I are both Americans, if indeed you are, we are called upon in times like these to remember that our federal institutions are a convenient shared fiction of the states, an instrument to be dismantled and reforged as its purposes are reshaped by the demand of the emancipated, and that we, supported as we are by the earth beneath our feet and the virtues borne by our communities, are members of communally governed states before we owe fealty to an imagined power. Never forget that the invention bends to the whim of its inventors, and those inventors answer to you. In this way, you are like any other statesman, a representative of sovereignty, but you in your own right. And yes, I know, both your first and second thoughts are not lost on me. I do not rely upon the term statesman lightly. My relationship with my own state is checkered at best. And it may be the same for you. But is that not itself evidence of the very abandonment of duty I assert is our failure to one another? So my suggestion is this. If you find yourself arguing with a fictional character, you're having the wrong conversation. Talk to the author. The burden is lighter when the means of exercising power are personal, understandable, and close at hand. It follows that if you want to rewrite the federal institutions, look instead to the state to which you are entitled dominion. And I am aware, as you may be if you are among the more knowledgeable on this proposal, that this option is not unknown to the enemies that would subdue you. Article 5 has for some time been championed by those opposed to liberty, egalitarianism, and personal sovereignty. If you consider this fact and think the fight unwinnable because they are the malicious many and you the tragic few, then I must ask if your doubt is any different from a concession that your sovereignty is already lost. Are you so quick to abandon those fellow statesmen who may be reached and called to their inherited duty? To take solace in the ease of resignation? It is in recognition and in the face of these very challenges that I ask you to stand beside me in exercising the most explicit of instruments of power left by those founding statesmen who won them for us. An instrument that holds not only the promise of dismantling tyranny, but of creating whatever future we can manage to build together. It will not be easy, but not once did I offer you easy. I offered you a reminder of your power, and with it comes a burden. To get back that precious burden we surrendered, no matter how we do it, we will have to accept another. But as I said, I came to you burdened with reluctance, and I did so gladly. I offer you now and forevermore, for my future and yours, for our future and theirs, to share this burden with you. Remember always that I profess to know nothing. Frankly, I came to you so we can build the how together. I'm just getting started, and I'm here to work. I just need you to lend me a hand with this burden. And as I promised, I'll now talk like a normal person. Hey to you new folks who came in while I was ranting. I know that was really cheesy for a lot of people. Oh no, the stream has gained an echo. Well, that's just some garbage. Not sure how that is. Well, before we go further, we'll figure that out. Like I said, we're figuring this out together. I'm new to this. Yo, this audio has suddenly doubled. Let's see what we can figure out here. Somebody let me know if it's been fixed. No, I'm not watching my own stream. I just tried something else. Hopefully something will work. Somebody let me know. Ah. Okay. Great. Anybody have any idea at what point in there it went bad? Maybe I'll have to go back and do it again in a couple hours. Where are we at here? So, having to get used to laying out all my things, guys. There we go. Just a few sentences. Okay, sounds good. Then we'll move on, and maybe I'll do it again in a couple hours. We'll see. Oh, and as you can see, it's very hot in here. The most opportune moment. It was okay, so I hate you. I see you. I don't hate you, but you are I hate you. I know that you want the proposal, and I'll ask specifically what here in just a second. But before I go any farther, I want to at least give a little bit about who I am and not whistle while I talk. Because y'all don't know me. I'm not an important figure, and it's not like I have any social media that anybody can look for. I don't have a history, so I gotta tell y'all something about myself. As I said before, I am Know Nothing attorney, or Austin. Call me any of those. First and foremost, I am an extremely normal person, but also I'm extremely normal in the way that I am really weird. I mean, as you can see, I've got like a frog over here, and my childhood comfort object over here, and a gaming Lincoln. These are not the most normal of things, but I'm normal in my abnormalcy. I'm not your average attorney. A lot of people imagine attorneys as expensive cars, golf course, yacht for some. I do make all right lawyer money, but I've got a 2016 Ford Escape I've had since my kid was born. I run a murder mystery book club. I host D&D for my lovely lasses who are learning how to play. And I have a dog named Lasagna, an Australian Shepherd. Just some personal things. And I think my greatest weapon, something that I hope to utilize, is my complete openness and sincerity. And I hope that I can make that come across. Because I think a lot of us don't trust each other these days. Even like people who are knowledgeable online can come across as combative, like they're in it for themselves, they're in it for the money, they're in it for the rep. You'll never see me care about those things. That's not what I do any of this for. And maybe it's from the very fact that I started this feeling unready that maybe you can see that's not what I'm in it for. I'm in it because I needed to do it now. I'm dad to an amazing daughter who sees wonder and possibility in the world, and I want her to keep that. It's hard to keep that when things are as scary as they are, and I want her to have that future in that world. In the future of the stream, you might hear her sometimes. I'm going to ask that she not come on camera. It's not her fight to have. But I will do my best to call her my smartass progeny. Y'all are welcome to call her that. And maybe at some point she'll have the chance to talk to you, but not on camera. She'll be off camera. As for credentials, I graduated in the top 10% of a top law school. And I did so by never studying after 5:30. And did that because I had a spouse at the time who expected that of me. During that time, I studied under some of the top constitutional scholars in the country. It was my greatest honor to get to learn from them. And that sounds like a whole thing, but what I really love doing is teaching. I spent a few years teaching the LSAT completely by accident, fell into it. That's how I actually got to law school, is because I figured I was good at the LSAT. I didn't know that. And seeing the light up look that people get in their eyes when they figure something out, that's like my greatest joy. I love that. Seeing somebody get something that at one point I had to do the same thing, and like I had to have that click in my head. I'm like, yes, that thing. That's great. I see the smartass progeny do it all the time, and it's amazing. Despite all the LSAT and the law school and all that, don't mistake me for being all frills at all, as I mentioned a bit before. I grew up in one of those hay rides and horses neighborhoods. I way too often was afraid of mountain lions than I had any right to be, but I was more afraid of that than anything. After college, I held a family of 3 together on $30,000 a year. I know what it's like. Where I am is as much a product of luck as it is of passion. Most important of anything, I love people. My found family embraces he, she's, and they's, the single, the married, the poly, and the party. And second and third generation Americans, immigrants, dreamers, and a few white boys from the sticks who didn't know anything about all that when they first became friends. And the last thing that I want you to know, as I've said before, is that I'm scared. I'm scared for me. I'm scared for that found family that is so important to me. I'm scared for the smartass progeny, and I'm even scared for you, whoever you are. And that's not an exaggeration. I don't need to know you to be proud of you for everything that you've gone through. That's one of my favorite things to say to people, and it's absolutely true because I know how hard it is, and I am proud of you. I'll tell it to your face if I ever get the chance to see you. And I'm scared of what's at risk for you. And I want you to know that it's okay to be scared. People say not to let your enemies see you scared. But I think that's a trick. Because when you're scared and you don't show it, you become complacent. And everyone else who should be scared sees people acting stoic and they shut it down. Nothing is more intimidating than someone who is scared and empowered. So that's why I'm here. Not because I care about anything else that I've seen come from people who do streaming, who do debates live, but because that's what I care about. I want to embrace you being very appropriately scared with me, and I want to empower you. So let's do this. Let's get to work. I left you waiting long enough. 7:45 almost. To be fair, we had some technical difficulties to start, but let's get to it. So I hate you if you're still in chat. Do you want to hear why Article 5? Or do you want to hear how to implement it before we get to why? I'll give just a moment to see if we can figure that out. Because to me, it feels a little inappropriate to talk about how we're going to do it before people know why we should do it. And for the people that are still a little unsure what I'm talking about, let me cover Article 5 again. The United States of America isn't the first country that has embraced the territory of the United States of America. I mean, far from it. Even ignoring the people who were here before my descendants came, or my ancestors, excuse me. We were the colonies first, and then we united under the Articles of Confederation. And when we saw that they were broken, which we did quickly, the colonies, which were then states, which I want to remind people, a state is a nation. They called themselves states, embracing the idea of sovereignty. And they came together under a compact. And under the Articles of Confederation, they saw that it wasn't enough. And they had no hesitation reconstructing from the ground up. And that's how we got the Constitution we got today. And it's a little weird how much we grew up and learned civics not hearing about the option for a national convention. Because the very fact that they left it in the Constitution means that they had it in mind that we would need to do the same thing again. Of course they did. They had just done it. There's nothing to be afraid of in reconstructing. It's not like we've forgotten how to build a nation on paper. We can do it, and I want to do it here. One of the things I want to do later in this stream, maybe not tonight, is start looking at provisions, provision by provision. How do we do that? And I want to get ideas from other people. Like, challenge me. That's what I want. I want you to challenge me. Tell me what you think is right. And I'll tell you what I think is right, and I will willingly change my mind, because I'm not afraid of truth. So, Article 5 says that if 34 state legislatures do something, we'll get to that in a second. If they do something, then something happens. Without the federal government, except that Congress shall call a national convention. It doesn't say what that national convention is. It doesn't say how it's done. But the fact that 34 states on their own can infinitely, no boundary, no limit, propose amendments to change the Constitution means that the states have the power. The states invented the federal government, and the federal government only has our power as long as the states let them have it. So maybe not tonight, maybe not this week, maybe not this year, maybe somewhere down the line, you'll look at this and be like, hey, I didn't think we needed Article 5. And maybe I was right. Maybe I was right to say we didn't need Article 5. But there may come a time that we do. And I want you to know that it's there. Because the states have the right to take the power back, our power back, and rewrite how we do things. You want to start from the end and work to the present. What do we do once we get it going? Okay. Well, I'll finish explaining what Article 5 is. So, 34 states, through their legislatures, demand a national convention. At that point, Congress must, according to the Constitution, must call a national convention. And I would go so far as to say that Congress isn't needed. They must call it. But if the states call it, it happens. If Congress decides, oh, we're just going to go out of business and say, we're not going to call your national convention, too bad. The states can do it. So once they call a national convention that 34 states have called, only 4 more states are needed to ratify anything. One amendment, an emergency amendment, a whole constitution made of it is an amendment to the old constitution. Anything that we can think of. 38 states, 4 more than called it to begin with. And I know you said you want to start at the end and work backwards, but I do need to mention one thing here. In my speech up front, I mentioned that the radical right has been calling for a national convention for a while. And I thought that was scary at the time. We were talking about it back when I was in law school, 2018. There's a lot of things to be scared of with that. In terms conceptually only, not functionally. Because you need 38 states to ratify a radical right constitution or a radical right amendment. It would not take you long to think of 13 states that would not ever do that. So, back to it. You want to start from the end and go to the beginning. I could see an idea that the system needs to be corrected at the core to alleviate all the bad symptoms we see. And that's part of my argument that we'll get to on why we need to do it this way. Because, man, I've got 44 points of things that need to be fixed now. And those 44 things are broad categories. They are not individual points. They're multi-point points. And we can't do that one by one anymore. I don't even know if the option is to do that is there anymore. Especially through Congress. But we don't need Congress. So let's look at my proposed plan. My point in all of this, and you may see it as silly, but I'm going to start doing it now. I am doing it now. I'm going to start doing it, the rest of it, tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. And I'll come back and I'll report my results. But the point is to remind you of individual power. And say, what can you do? What can I do? Because none of us feel like we can do anything. And it's just simply incorrect. Simply. Especially when masses of people feel disempowered individually. So I've got a 13-step possible way this could go, and I won't read it off like I have been with other things. I'll go through this individually, and we can talk about it as we go. You can step in and tell me where you think I'm wrong. Number one, and I've already talked about this, we need to spread the word on Article 5. People need to know it exists. People need to seriously consider that it exists. Even if they think now's not the time, now that a national convention offers up too much power to people who shouldn't have it, it's a terrifying thing, that the national convention could be bought, like perhaps an election could be bought. People may think it's a bad idea right now, but people need to know. People need to remember, as I've said, and I will say time and time again, the federal government of the United States of America is only the federal government of United States. It doesn't exist in any other way. It is a fiction. States made it, states agreed on it, states can change it at their will. Not individually, but collectively. Item 9 exists. What is item 9? Not following. Anyway. In short, if you don't think we need Article 5 now, I need you to remember that it's there when it would make sense to you. It makes sense to me now, so I'm going to start fighting for it. Step number 2. Keep fighting by traditional means. I do not at all mean that you need to give up on everything else. The second No King's Day is 6 days away. I'm going to be there. I hope as many people who can be there will be there protesting the current regime. This isn't a replacement. But the thing is that, as you're going to hear me say time and time again also, I've thought about these things repeatedly. What we have is a Hydra problem. Go figure. I play D&D. I wish I could play D&D. I run D&D. We have a Hydra problem. Because, as I said, our enemies are always there. And the current system has holes in it. One of my favorite classes that I took in law school was called The Constitution and the Modern Presidency, which started with Richard Nixon and pointed out every hole that every president found in the framework of the Constitution to try to seize more executive power for the branch that was supposed to be disempowered the most. Maybe that's the judicial branch. Hard to say. But the executive is definitely supposed to be disempowered under the American framework. That didn't stop people from seeing opportunities in the system to take it. And every time we try to patch up a hole, the framework still exists. And now people see the weaknesses, the holes in place. So they come back harder. And they come back harder after they sit back and think about it some more. They go, how can we do this safer? How can we do this with a little more carefully so that people have no chance to respond? So protests, boycotts, contacting your representatives, referenda, all of those things, they're not enough, especially with how far things have gone. They're important. They're extremely important, and we need all of them because we need to be fighting all the time. But once we do all those things, if we get our power back, the hydra's still there, and the hydra regrows its heads as long as we give it the opportunity to do so. And as long as that framework exists, the hydra's not going anywhere. So number 2 is mostly a caveat. This is not a replacement for everything we're doing. Keep fighting. I hate you. Are you going to tell me what you're talking about with item 9? Step number 3. Learn your particular state's accountability measures. Many states have ways for the populace to be empowered to do things now. You don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for an election. Unfortunately, my state isn't one of those. We have a tendency to take power away from people where I am. But it might give some people some hope to know that about half the states, 24 states, have the opportunity for referenda. The populace can call for action on their own. Now, it may be that I'm not educated enough on those options, and that's something I can look into more. I don't claim to know anything. But you got to learn what your state can do to take action right now. What the populace can do. Referenda, recalls, demand for open meetings, get them in public, make them talk about things in front of people, ballot measures. Whatever is there, you need to know. Number 9 is the bee's knees. Well, I guess we'll find out. Step number 4, you need to learn exactly who your representatives are. I'm telling you we're going to do this, if we're going to do this, we have to do it state by individual state, district by individual district. That means your district is your job. If you claim your district, the next district is your job. You need to talk to other people. That's right. I plan to do this every day, at least for an hour. That's the hope. But join the Discord. Find the link in the... there is a voice chat too. Find the link in the channel description, and eventually it'll be in a stream description. But I can't do that until YouTube verifies my identity. Join the Discord. I will put announcements on there so people can see when I'm going to go live, so hopefully you don't miss it. And I'll get more comfortable at this, and we will be more productive as we go. And hopefully we won't have to talk about all the baseline stuff all the time. We'll have documents that people can be directed to be like, here, look at this before you start asking questions. All right, I'm talking about knowing who your representatives are. You can't hold someone accountable if you don't know who they are. You need to know your district forward and backward, especially in an extremely gerrymandered state, especially in an extremely gerrymandered district in an extremely gerrymandered state. You need to know what the shape of your district is and figure out why. Why is it that shape? And then figure out who's representing you in that district. Know their name, know how to contact them so that you can contact them and other people can contact them. And don't stop contacting them. Even before we start talking about Article 5, they need to be activated to know to act on what's happening now. You need to know who these people are, where they're from, who knows them, who they're connected with, what businesses. Like, how can you apply pressure on someone politically? I'm not talking about personally. How can you apply pressure on someone politically if you don't know who they are? Know how they vote on everything. Start calling them out on how they vote on everything. Tell other people in your district how your representative in your state, the person who has the power to change the federal government for you, how that person voted on things that matter. Number 5, and this is dumb. It's going to sound dumb. I'm serious. Get comfortable with what a grassroots movement means. Because I'm telling you, you have personal power. You feel personally powerless. But if I tell you how to use that personal power, that means you're going to have to get up and use it. That's what grassroots is. You got to start from the beginning and move. So I'm telling you what you personally can do, and what you personally can do, and this is what I'm going to do tomorrow and report back on. Go meet your neighbors. I'm not joking. Go meet your neighbors. Because nothing is your responsibility if not your neighborhood. How do you want to hold the federal government accountable if you can't be connected with the people in your neighborhood? And when I talk about your neighborhood, I'm not talking about the person next door, the person across the street, the person on the other side of you. You need to have a bigger network, a bigger community, because we all feel isolated, especially after COVID. We've all been, both in terms of time span, and in terms of it applied to us, we have all been isolated. And we got to do more. So start with your neighborhood. And I'm not talking about engaging them politically to begin with. You need a neighborhood. You need a community. So don't let this be intimidating at first, other than the fact that it's socially intimidating, and I'm extremely socially anxious in general. But we need to start rebuilding. If we don't rebuild what community is, then we can't have governance. We can't govern ourselves because we have no power. So go introduce yourself to your neighbors. Bring your favorite drink and share it with them. Encourage them to do the same with others. Tell them that you want to build a community. And I'm sure a lot of people will be like, you know what? I do too. I just hadn't thought that's something you can do. It's not normal today. Tell them you want to build a community and ask for their help. If they seem if they appreciate your attempt to build a community, ask for their help building a community. Once that network is big enough, it's time to do a little bit more. You need to start a regular meetup with your community. Find a public place nearby and hold a weekly get together. Not everybody has to go every week, but get people's phone numbers. Get people who get other people's phone numbers. Say every Sunday at 1. Well, we're going to be at the park every Sunday at 1. People can come after church. We're just going to hang out. Kids can meet each other. Kids can play. We can talk. We can cook hot dogs or whatever. Just be there for each other. That's it. If that's the only lesson that people can take away from any of this, just be there for other people and expand the number of people that is. So take a subdivision, take a neighborhood, make it yours, own it, make it normal. And when I get on tomorrow night, Smartass Progeny and I will come here and we'll tell you what we did. We'll tell you what type of people we met and what kind of response we got. And if you need something to talk about with somebody, people always they don't give me flack, they give me doubt. Because one of my favorite things to say to people, as I mentioned way earlier before, is I'm proud of you, whoever you are, for whatever you've done. Because it's hard. Everything is hard. So I'm proud of you. So if you need something to talk about with somebody who you've never met before, ask them what you can be proud of them for. Share something with me that I can be proud of you for. I want to be proud of you. I want to share that with you. Whatever excitement you've got, whatever pride you feel like you can't tell other people because you don't want to talk about yourself in that way, I'm inviting you to do that. I want to celebrate you, random person. So that's step number 5. Step number 6. If those people seem like the type of people who would take kindly to what you are actually doing, building a grassroots movement, if you think they would share your politics. Screw it if they wouldn't share your politics, if they just appreciate building a political community, because we don't have to agree to do that. If they appreciate the idea of building a grassroots community, a grassroots political community, if you can tell, then talk to them about what you're doing. Be like, number one, I'm building a community. Number two, I want us to be effective. I want you and me to be more than you and me. And we can't do that unless we talk to each other and figure out what it is we agree on. And then in our district that we both share, we have the same representative. The same person represents us to our state, and that state represents us in creating and reforming the federal government. You and I share that together. How many people regularly talk about that? We need to. But I understand a lot of people these days aren't comfortable with that. So to have good judgment, figure out who that works for, and open up to them then. So now you can start building two movements at the same time. Grow your community and grow your political strength within that community. Step number 7 out of 13, as a reminder where we're at. Once you've done that, let's take a quick summary review. Number 1, we need to spread the word on Article 5, because you need to know it's there no matter when you think it needs to be used. Step number 2, keep fighting by traditional means. Protest, boycott, talk to your representatives. Number 3, learn your state's accountability measures. Know what you can do without having to wait for an election. Number 4, learn exactly who your representatives are, not just who they are, but who they are. Number 5, get comfortable with making a grassroots movement in your personal space, your neighborhood. Number 6, share your political community goals with those you meet who seem open to that. Number 7, now it's time to add another layer onto your community building. Once you have established, and we're talking long-term plans, people, this is not simple. Maybe we can build it fast if other people see it mattering as much as we do. As much as I do, at least. It's going to take a while. Once you have built that community, once you have regular park meetings, public space meetings with members of your community, if you can manage to get that done, and let me say, if you can't manage to get it done, move on to another community, I guess. Like, what else can you do? Or keep trying. Once you have that established, openly add a political layer to that, an optional one. Don't force people to listen to your politics. Because not only have we gotten complacent with our politics where we can't talk about it anymore as like a normal thing, but now people are scared of it also. People are afraid of repercussions for talking about politics. So we have no choice to at least make it optional. To at most make it optional. You need to make it optional. And maybe with time people can see that we were open about it. Be open. Let people talk freely. Don't punish people. And then they'll be like, okay, I can come join. So what you can do is say something like, we're going to meet at the park on Sunday at 1, so people can come after church. And then you do that for a few months. And when you're done, or once you've got that established, you say, okay, so we're going to have community political engagement at 2, at the pavilion at the park. You don't have to come. People can continue to engage at the park without doing the political aspect of it. But we want to, as a community, fight for something together that we all agree is worth fighting for. So we want to talk about that and how we can move on it here. Guys, this is an art that people used to have. It used to be normal to talk about political engagement at the local level with people in your community. And we need to do it again. As an added bonus to number 7, that's right. I hate you. Talk about ideas and actions, not people or teams. And that's something that I plan to do here. That's what I want to do is I want people to understand if I'm calling for an Article 5 National Convention, one of the many, many things that can be a benefit of that is calling for ranked choice voting. Something happened in the audio again? Let's see if we can back up. What is the audio sounding like? Are we back? Let me disconnect it and bring it back. Check, check, check. Are we good again? Zang? I hate you. Anybody? Audio good? Darn right, ranked choice voting. If I'm calling for ranked choice voting, I don't have a team. Doubled. Man, what am I supposed to do about that? There, that might help. Check 1, check 2, check, check. Can you hear me? How's it going? Better? Let's go. All right. If I'm calling for Article 5, one of the things, you better believe one of the things I'm calling for is ranked choice voting and making that part of our political system forever. And if I'm calling for ranked choice voting, I don't have a team. So don't accuse me of working for one side or another. And I want you, if you're on the opposite side of me politically, I want you in here too, figuring out where we have a center we agree on. So I have no reason to insult anybody on the other side, with few exceptions. We'll get to that later. I have some particular people that I don't think can be gained in the middle. But most importantly, that's not the majority of people. And hopefully you don't have those people in your neighborhood. All right. Where did my steps go? Reorganizing tabs. Okay. The added benefit of step number 7, adding a political layer to your community, is that's where you're supposed to find your political leaders. We don't know how to do that anymore. And that's why we don't have any trust in political leaders, because we don't know who they are. In some places, it's still a thing that they do. People are active in their community and people know who they are. And oftentimes that's a matter of local celebrity. We shouldn't have to depend on local celebrity status to know who to vote for. If you are building your community politically in your neighborhoods, that's where you find your leaders. Real people. People who never would have thought they deserve to be in office. People who are too humble to belong in political office, at least as far as they think. So, moving on from number 7. Number 8, simple. Once you've built your community, band together with others who are doing the same. Hopefully you're not just focusing on yours. Hopefully you're talking to friends who are in other communities. And once your community is getting engaged, you can go do some of this in another neighborhood. Make a connection. Figure out someone who is interested in doing the same thing. Maybe see the success that you've had doing this. Bring it to another place. And then you can start coalition building with communities within your district. make those connections larger and larger until you have, hopefully, a district-wide network. People, we need to establish, if we're ever to have some kind of cohesive local government, like feeling like we are politically empowered again, we need to have some system of knowing how to connect with other people across our district. We need to know, you need to know, in my gerrymandered district, I may very well have a community in another town, another like city that I'm supposed to have something in common with, and if I don't know anything about them, how are we supposed to engage together? It is intentionally isolating. It is intentionally separating us. All we can do in response to that, well, not all we can do. With Article 5, you can get rid of, I mean, that's what we're hoping to engage, but with Article 5 or with other things, you can get rid of gerrymandering, or at least limit it, put restrictions on how districts are drawn. But for now, all we can do is learn who those people are, engage them. Can you imagine having, like, maybe this is too much to hope for, but can you imagine having, like, if you're having weekly neighborhood meetings, can you imagine having, like, bi-monthly, like every other month, a district gathering where people are welcome to come gather and be part of a larger community, a group of people who are supposed to share things in common enough to have a shared representative? It's not going to happen if we don't build it. And it may be too late for us to do this, but we need to do it. We have to start. So once you've built this network of community, number 9 is take those accountability measures for your state that you have been learning about and start applying them. Figure out once you figured out what your state can do, now you have a broader network. You say, now we need to start, like, we need to initiate a referendum. We need to, as a group, call out our representatives in public, in an open meeting. We need to mass write letters. We need to mass make phone calls. We need to be, as a group, making phone calls nonstop. We need to put pressure. We need them to know we see them. And we need to put pressure on them until they are our representative again. Because many of them have lost their connection to the people they're supposed to represent. Number 10, now you've taken responsibility for your own space. You have your neighborhood. You have your political movement in your community. You have engaged your community politically. You have broadened that network to the district level, and you are engaging your district community in political action. Now is the appropriate time to take a broader look at the state. Figure out how many votes your state needs to make a national convention happen. They just have to pass a vote. They need to initiate an action, have a vote, and pass the action to call for the national convention. Figure out how many seats and how many houses, and strategize. Maybe that's appropriate before you've engaged your own community, but you're already at that point alienated. You are different. You are outside that community. So it's probably easier to have a connection with your own community first. Excuse me. Lost my train of thought. Right. Figure out how many votes you need and identify which are the most vulnerable districts. And once you are done being responsible for your district, engage the vulnerable districts. Figure out what seats can be turned to make this happen. And then target them. With whatever community that you've built, target it directly. Go after it. Be aggressive about getting them engaged politically the same way you were trying to do with yours. I think number 11 that I made is a little redundant. No, It's slightly different than the previous one I had about activating your state accountability measures. You need to make it clear you are engaging the incumbent, and they need to know your presence politically, and you need to be engaging challengers to that incumbency, and you let them know, once you've built this network, the convention is the basis for whether or not we will vote for you. It needs to be on there, or you will not receive our power. We need you to take power back for us from the federal government. That's it. More than any other issue, that needs to be it. And then number 12, you vote. You vote, then your legislatures vote. Easy enough. You're supposed to be doing that already. Finally, we get to number 13. You have engaged your communities. You have built a grassroots movement. You have figured out who's in your neighborhood. You have built a political community in your neighborhood. You have connected to other neighborhoods until you actually have a real district. Then you have engaged your state accountability measures and pressured them to get a national convention on the ticket. And you voted. It's real for your state. You're one of the 34 that called it. Now, we have a national convention, and what do we do with it? You may think my first push is for that new constitution I've been talking about. No. All right, have a good one. I hate you. If we can revitalize all the communities in the nation and build intelligent, active citizens, we may not need to fix the root causes of bad government. Not true. Not true at all. Because you said if we can revitalize, that assumes that it was once vitalized. It was once vital. It was alive. We had connected communities. We had that. What happened? We have a broken framework. The Constitution is broken fundamentally. It has loopholes that can be abused. We need to change it to get rid of the loopholes, or we're dealing with the Hydra problem again. If all we do is revitalize our communities, and we are passing off this problem to a future generation to deal with again. So no, my first push isn't for a new constitution. The first push is immediate action, and maybe that's how you can convince your state to do it first. We need an emergency amendment. We need it now. You do not need an impeachment to remove a president. You do not need the 25th Amendment to remove a president. The states have the power to do it themselves by amendment. We have never done that before, as far as I'm aware. It might be in there. I don't know. Happy to say I don't know. I can look at it again. Maybe one of those fine details in an amendment. I don't think we've ever used an amendment to specifically remove someone in a seat of power before. And if that's all we need to do, we can do that. If President Trump keeps attacking states, the states can remove him. The Constitution defines the law of the land. If the law of the land says a person cannot be president, they cannot be president. There is no limit on the types of amendments states can make. They decide the law of the land. The states can remove him. We can do better, I think, though. Things are pretty messed up with the executive branch. Things are pretty messed up with the judicial branch. Things are pretty messed up with the judicial branch empowering the executive branch. So my proposal for an emergency amendment is to suspend the office of the presidency during the course of a national convention. That doesn't mean we don't have executive power. Temporarily, and I know some people will hate the sound of this, temporarily, we put executive power in the hands of the Speaker of the House. For one, that shows that this is not a partisan thing. He is not a safe person to give power to. He has been vital in the removal of our personal sovereign power. But if you remove a president, and thereby a vice president, because a vice president is merely a successor to the presidency, I mean, he'll still be there, I guess. We won't have removed him, but I mean, we could clear this up in an amendment and say president is disbanded, vice president's disbanded, cabinet's disbanded. Whoever we need, we say Speaker of the House is in command of executive power. The military is under the hand of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. If we need agencies, we figure out who to run those. But we need to back off what executive power can do, especially while the states are figuring out how to move forward. Better than that, while we're doing that, we call for an immediate investigation in that amendment. We need to hold people accountable for what has happened. So the states call for an investigation. Not only call for, they run the thing. State attorney generals together get a man, I'm lost my words here. Man, I can't think of words. Whatever it is, the state attorney generals are in charge of organizing the investigation. And I think best, because executive power has been abused through the collection of funds for ICE to implement that wrongfully used executive power, we fund that investigation with ICE funds. I mean, obviously, if I'm saying that, I'm saying this amendment needs to, if not disband ICE, then severely limit its options. That investigation may very well knock Mike Johnson off the board too, but we're going to give him executive power, and he will use it appropriately. I mean, he won't have the military, but he may be incentivized to use executive power appropriately if here, let me put this up here so anybody can do this. We've been going long enough. I've been talking about my spiel enough. Join the Discord. Hop on a call. If I don't see you, let me know in the chat that you're in there. We're small enough at this point. Hope maybe always small enough that you can let me know in the chat that you're sitting in the waiting room, and then I can move you up to be on call live with me. We can discuss anything you disagree with. You can let me know why. Maybe you can convince me. At a minimum, I'll probably always say we need to know about this option. People need to be told it exists. So, limit the executive branch's power temporarily, limit ICE, have an investigation, states run the investigation, the federal government can't touch it, and the states allow the investigation to have broad-reaching power. Root it all out. Because things are rotten. People are collaborating to relieve you of your sovereign personal power. But, of course, better than all of that would be the continued National Convention after an emergency amendment is passed, and we draft a new constitution. That's the end game. I think that's the only realistic way to slay the Hydra, to solve the numerous problems that we have. Like what? Know nothing? Like what? What could be settled with a national convention? All at one time. We could institute congressional term limits, judicial term limits, ban congressional stock trading, institute campaign finance reform, put age limits on federal positions, make an anti-gerrymandering provision. Did I already say release the Epstein files? Release the Epstein files. The states can just do it. If that's all we want to do, the states can, 34 states can get together and call a national convention to make an amendment to release the Epstein files. Period. Full stop. There is no limit to what this power holds. We could have a balanced budget amendment. Congressional pay restrictions. Clarification of the war powers of the president, if in the new Constitution we continue to have a president. I don't know what listeners may or may not know this, but an act of war has to be authorized by Congress. And we have, I believe it's 2 statutes on the books about fighting terrorism that are still there, despite the war on terrorism, I think, being officially over. I don't profess to know anything. But those still exist. And presidents name terrorists, designate terrorists, and justify in roundabout ways through those statutes that are focused on anti-terrorism efforts, justify whatever acts of war that they want, as long as they designate a terrorist first. That wasn't the intent of those statutes, but they are persistent until someone gets rid of them. And so far, Congress hasn't deemed it worthy to get rid of, or those that have found it worthy haven't had the power to do it. What else can a national convention do? Put time limits on emergency powers. Easy. Ethics enforcement, lobbying restrictions, government transparency, ranked choice voting, national initiative or referendum process. You know, what if the people decided that we didn't want a president to be in power anymore? What if we just wanted to get rid of them? What if we didn't need the states or Congress to initiate that? There should be more avenues to remove people abusing power. And it can go directly to the people. It should. There should be an avenue that goes directly to the people. There's the word I was looking for earlier. Inspector General. Define the independent powers of Inspectors General, excuse me. Digital privacy rights. The recognition of the legal right to privacy, which is completely different than what most people would imagine the right to privacy is. The right to privacy is the right to do what you will with your body, your home, your activities, your family, marry who you want. That's the right to privacy. By overturning Roe v. Wade, they called into question your right to privacy. It's not clear that that right exists. And that's why Clarence Thomas can say, well, we may need to look at the right to gay marriage again. We may need to look at Obergefell again. people who championed the removal of the right to reasonable access to abortion didn't realize what exactly they were getting rid of. Because if you get rid of the right to privacy, a lot of things come with it. The same right that protects the right to reasonable access to an abortion protects the right to interracial marriage, the right to gay marriage, the right to use contraception, the right to do what you will with who you want to in the bedroom. That's the same right. It's the right to privacy. You know, certain rights are supposed to be left to the people in the states. And the Supreme Court decided that right, the right to do as you will as an individual, is not yours. What else can a national convention do? We can institute transparency requirements. We can have limitations on secret governance, like black budgets. We can take this opportunity to enshrine data ownership rights. Your information about you. Policing reform. Now, we're about to get into things that are estimated to be lower than 50% approval, but there are some things that are still worth talking about. Like abolition of the Electoral College. Which obviously makes people unequal in their voting power. And it has been abused by people seeking power. The Electoral College, I don't know if you understand this. The Electoral College hurts rural communities because you are vulnerable. When you are not many, that both makes you not very powerful, and it makes you isolated. And it makes each of your votes worth more and more and more, and that is very tempting to people who want power. Is it any surprise, then, that those states that benefit from the Electoral College are among the least educated, the least healthy? They have identified certain bad actors, I would not be surprised to find out, have identified this weakness and are using it against rural communities. If you isolate them, disengage them from the rest of America, from the cities, if we make them distrustful of media, because they don't run into people of other walks of life very often, we can make them seem scary. We can, how do I want to put this? Reduce their access to a good education. Make them easier to misinform. If you do that with a small, isolated community whose votes are worth more than a Californian's votes or a New Yorker's votes, you can pass any kind of legislation. You can make any kind of policy normalized. It is not the uninformed's fault if they aren't informed. Because part of being informed, even if you're immediately saying, well, it's their responsibility to be informed. Well, part of being informed is being informed on how to be informed. These communities are victims of the Electoral College. What else can a national convention do? We can make DC and Puerto Rico states, or at least allow them to become states. Because people should be allowed the representation that a state provides if they are an American. And I might need to remind some people that Puerto Ricans are Americans. Why should they have less representation, especially if they want it, than another American? Which takes me back to the Electoral College issue. Why should any American have more voting power than another American? What else can a national convention do? Limit the rights of corporations. They are not people. They are supposed to serve people. They're supposed to benefit from it if they are a for-profit. But as soon as a corporation is benefiting at the expense of people's rights, it's gone a little too far, I think. They are not people. We shouldn't feel sorry for a corporation if it doesn't have the same rights as you. Feeling a little more comfortable in this space now. It's fun. Other things we can institute. Criminal justice reform. Take this opportunity to address AI development and our rights in the face of AI. I don't know that our current framework is capable of handling it. You know what would be? A new constitution that was created for that purpose. With that purpose in mind. Restrict the surveillance state. Address the inequality of Native Americans who were here before us. Address modernizing our concepts of antitrust and monopoly. Because things have both just kind of objectively gone too far and a lot of accumulation of power from some of these corporations. And that process is being abused by the people in power to impact the private actions of people operating in corporations. Corporations that people rely on. Corporations are therefore being used through their desire for the accumulation of power through monopoly to injure us, to do us harm. That shouldn't be possible. One of my favorites, enshrining positive rights. It's one of my favorite things over here. It's the Bill of Rights. I was about to say these all. I mean, there's the exception of rights that are retained by the people in states. These are all negative rights. Some people don't know what the difference is. A negative right is your right against the government taking action against you. The government cannot limit your practice of your faith. The government cannot limit how you speak. The government cannot deny you a fair trial. A government cannot deny you due process. And let me just say to anybody out there who needs to hear it, since I have this moment to address it, and we're probably going to address it again. If you don't think that any immigrant, whether undocumented or not, if you think they don't deserve due process, if you're the type who says they came in illegally, so why should they have rights? If that's you, you don't understand what due process is. You don't understand why we have it. Because the fact of the matter is, we disposed of our need for a king. And part of the reason why we did that, one of the many, many, many reasons, was what limitation was there on a king to say, know nothing, committed a crime, throw him in prison? For that very same reason, we have the right to due process, so that the state can't say, for instance, know nothing is an undocumented immigrant and just deport me. That can be applied to you. If you think that that's... If I'm overstating things, I need you to imagine Joe Biden pointing at you to an ICE agent and saying, yes, they came from Venezuela. Deport them back. And you would say, oh no, but I have the opportunity to prove it. Joe Biden says, no, you don't. We're just going to deport you. That's what lack of due process looks like. Due process would look like what you immediately think, if again, I'm talking to that person. If you think, well, they would prove it. Yeah, that's what due process is. But the executive branch can't prove it to the executive branch. That's why they're the executive branch. We divided these branches of power. We split the powers among the different branches to avoid exactly this kind of abuse, because executive power is what we were afraid of when we made America. How did you forget this? Anyway, the right to due process is one of those negative rights. The government cannot act in such a way as to deny you due process. Again, a negative right is a bar against the government denying you something, or against the government preventing you from doing something. So a positive right, then, is what I think we need to look at when we have a modern idea of what freedom is. If the government can't stop you from being a Christian, if the government can't stop you from burning a flag, as it should not be able to do, if the government can't deny you due process, but then they can let you die of starvation, you aren't free. Modern freedom means that you should not have to be afraid of not having health care, of not having food. And when I talk about these things, there's a tendency by some to jump to the conclusion that we're talking about, oh, if you want to give them the right to eat, you're talking about, you want to feed them cake. You want to, I mean, maybe we should. But we're not talking filet mignon. When we talk about positive rights, we're talking about bare minimums. No one should be denied a bare minimum. It doesn't matter the reason.
especially, and I'm sorry to jump to this, especially if you're a Christian. You have to believe that all people are recoverable. Thank you for letting me know. Whether you're a Christian or not, you should believe that all people are recoverable. And if you believe that all people are recoverable, then you shouldn't let them starve. For whatever reason you may think is a good reason for that.
Let me go through the usual means of trying to fix this. Alright, close that. Check, check. We good? We back? I gotta figure out why my audio keeps doubling. It doesn't make sense. Check. Audio back up. Why is it so quiet now? Check. Oh, too loud. Check, 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 check. Not used to this. I'm just gonna say check a lot. Okay. We back. Audio good. Is this a good level? Does it need to go down a bit? And thank you, Sunkissed Our Podcast. You doing good? I think I've talked about positive rights enough. In short, we should have the right to health care. Minimum health care. Minimum housing. Minimum food. Minimum education. If we collectively have the power to give those things, there is no reason we should not do it. Because all people are recoverable. I don't even like saying that. It's not a good reason to give. People should just have bare minimums because we believe in human decency and human dignity. I'm just saying, if you give the reason that they have some moral failing that makes them not qualified for bare minimums, rethink that. What is your basis for that? One of the things I particularly care about that the National Convention do is take immediate action on environmental disaster. Like our environmental rights, climate change, do something. Because if we don't take immediate action, if we have the opportunity to do that even at this point, then we lose the opportunity to do anything. So it'll take as big of an action as an amendment or a new constitution to do something like that. So if we're going to do this, we should include it in there. At a minimum, we should talk about it. Whichever way we do it, we should clarify gun rights. Make it so that people at least aren't confused and fighting each other over something that seems to be very unclear. Now maybe you'll say it's unclear, but maybe you'll say it's not unclear. Maybe you'll say it's clear, but I don't think 2008's Heller decision addressed all it needed to address to come to the conclusion that it did. So I think it's very confusing whether there is supposed to be an extension to the individual, the right to bear arms. And despite that, regardless, should it? It's something we need to talk about if we're going to draft a new constitution. And we can talk about reproductive rights, which I already talked about under the right to privacy. Economic rights, if we think there needs to be, the minimum wage, I feel like I don't even need to talk about it. The minimum wage has not trended as it should. And so the poor get increasingly poorer. The gap gets increasingly bigger. We can address that. But I've talked about what a national convention can do. Oh, no, I do have one more. No parent should be forced by the state to put their child through religious education. That's it. We can address that too. Okay. So let's move on to the next topic. What else do we have here? Okay. Okay, let's quickly run through why is this the solution. We started on how to do it because I Hate You wanted to do that really badly. Instead of how do we do it, why should we do it this way? Why are we not relying on our traditional means of resistance? Well, number one, my first reason is we are relying on our traditional means of resistance. Don't stop. Keep doing it. This is not a replacement. As I've said before, this is not a substitution for what we normally do. Protest, boycott, vote, organize, do all the usual things. Add this on top of it. Start talking about Article 5. People need to know that their states can simply dismantle the federal government and build it anew. Number two, and this is the reason why we need to add it on top of everything else that we do. I'm trying to think of a metaphor to make this make sense. I think it'll make sense on its own. I already have a metaphor to talk about it with. As I've said before, we're dealing with a Hydra problem. Cut off a head, others grow in its place. The problem is that the structure is broken. At its fundamentals, there are holes in our systems that protect our rights. And people who are abusing those weaknesses are showing other people how to do the same thing. And every time that we patch a hole, we have to do more work and endure more risk when it comes to somebody else who wants to do it again. This time with more force. This time with more planning. This time with more organization. If all you rely on are conventional means, we will eventually lose. Change what the rules are. Don't just patch holes, build a new thing. Debating whether or not to tell you guys a quick story. I recently relearned that Hercules didn't defeat the Hydra on his own. He had the help of his nephew. Because the problem was, as we know, every time he cut off a head, more would grow in its place. While Hercules was hacking off heads of the Hydra, his nephew Iolaus, his nephew Iolaus had, I think it was a torch, and he was, what's the word for that? He was searing the stumps of the Hydra's heads so that they couldn't grow back. We need an Iolaus. We've been Hercules for too long. So that's where Article 5 comes in. A national convention for the states to drastically amend or completely rewrite the Constitution. If we do not hold a national convention, our only prize that we win is a return to the same broken framework. the proven possibility we have of a constitutional crisis is itself an enduring constitutional crisis. Next, this may be a bit of a reiteration of the point I just made, but let me be clear. The current administration is not the only danger. It is not the only problem. I want to remind you that we had warnings about Project 2025. And over and over and over again, we were told that was not the plan of the Trump administration. That Trump had nothing to do with it. But more and more we keep being proven that that is indeed the deal that was struck, or at least the plan in place, to follow the steps of Project 2025 to abuse executive power. To the degree that when people say that Trump has nothing to do with Project 2025, they are completely right. To the degree that when he is gone, it remains. Not it specifically, but what is being done with it, the intent behind it, the weaknesses it exploits. You can't remove Trump and not remove the threat of Project 2025. That's why you need a national convention and drastic amendments or a new constitution. Next, as I have mentioned before, this is a right given to the states, enshrined in the Constitution. It is explicit in the Constitution that the states can call a convention and amend the Constitution as they see fit. It even says a convention to propose amendments. There's a plural there. And there is no limitation on that. We're facing a threat that is reframing legal action. When I say legal action, I don't mean lawfare. I mean things that people can do that are legal are being reframed as illegal through twisted logic. Antifa is being called a terrorist organization. Antifa isn't a thing, it's a concept. It is being anti-fascist. I don't know how being anti-fascist can be a terrorist. So I think it's important that when we think about this tool, we appreciate the fact that it is explicit in the Constitution. The federal government can't get rid of it. Only states can ratify. If I'm remembering my process correctly, states have to ratify amendments. The federal government can't touch this provision of the Constitution. It stays written there, and it is clear that it is something that can be done. So never let anybody tell you that using the Article 5 is in some way revolutionary or illegal. That's why it's important. The next reason we need Article 5. I think it's meant to be a reminder to you of your personal power. Part of the problem of our Constitution is it was never intended to govern a nation as large as it is. It was never intended to govern the most powerful nation in the world, it's impossible that the founding fathers envisioned that as a possibility. It was astounding that they won. They couldn't have envisioned that they would be the number one power in the world. And they couldn't have envisioned all the things that came with that, and I don't think a lot of us even appreciate what that brings with it, because I can't speak for everybody, I can't speak for anybody, but I can say, growing up, I had the expectation that America was the police of the world. We were powerful enough, and we believed in freedom. So why shouldn't we be the police of the world to make sure that everyone had the joys of freedom that we do? Not that that's what we were doing. But I had the expectation as an American citizen that that was what we were doing, and that we should be empowered to do that. And I'm not advocating for that at all right here. But I'm sure that was a lot of people. We have the expectation that the power we have be used. And when we talk about power, we're generally talking about executive power. And I would hate to think of the founding fathers hearing American citizens today going, well, we have the most powerful military in the world. And that means we have extraordinary executive power. Like, that's the power of the president, to control the military. And what we should do with that is spread that executive power everywhere. Take it across the world. Not only that, take it to American cities too. Dumbfounding. The founding fathers would retch. Lost my train of thought. The torture of the ADHD brain. Anyway, I was talking about our expectations of ADHD, our expectations of executive power. That we think it should be empowered to be that way, and the founding fathers never would have intended the Constitution to govern a state that's people thought that executive power should be used that way. So they left it in there for you to be reminded that at the state level, that's where the real power is. The real power doesn't lie with the President of the United States. He is a servant. He is what's the word for that? A steward. The president is a steward of the executive power of the collective states. The states are more powerful than he is because they can take that away. And you need to remember that, and that's what the founding fathers would have wanted. That's why it's in the Constitution like that. But along with that comes the realization that you can't touch the federal government. You don't have that power. You get to vote every 4 years, every 2 years on specific people. You have limited reach with the federal government. But once the federal government's going, you can't do anything. Let me point out that Article 5 doesn't say there's a certain time that states can call for a national convention. At any time, they can hold the federal government accountable, dismantle it, rewrite it. You can't touch them, but you can reach your state. That is where your dominion lies. That is where your sovereignty is. And it's a lot closer to home. You can reach the authors of the federal government, and you should. You shouldn't feel like the weight is on your back to reach the federal government. As a reminder to anybody listening, you are welcome to, gosh, gotta get used to this. You are welcome to join the Discord. The link, the address, is in the channel description, because I am waiting for YouTube to validate my identity so that I can put it in stream descriptions. So you do have to get to the channel description to access the Discord. Once you're in the Discord, you can join the voice chat. And you can tell me if you disagree with me, and we can talk about it. And I'm not going to be aggressive about it. I'm not a debater. If somebody wants to debate, let's go. But I want to find common ground, because we need that. So back to why National Convention. If we want a quick summary of what we've discussed so far, this is not a substitution for what we normally do. This is in addition to what we normally do. Go to No King's Day next weekend. Do it. I will go to No King's Day next weekend if Smartass Progeny feels comfortable going. I will ask her if she's cool with that. If she is cool with it, I'll explain it to her. If she's cool with it, we'll go. And we will have a plan for leaving if she feels uncomfortable. I think that's a responsible way to do things like that with kids. But if you don't have to worry about that, go. If you have plans, why? This is the most serious thing affecting your life right now if you're an American. If you'll forgive me, Smartass Progeny is calling me right now, so I'm going to take a quick break to talk with her. I will be right back. What'd you send me? What? You sent me something extremely funny? Let me see. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm doing right now? I started my stream. So that's what I'm doing right now. I'm fighting. Daddy's fighting right now. Would you rate one of these two? Huh? Would you date one of these two? Can I be the one to shoot both of? Oh my gosh, Raleigh, that's so violent. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Well, thank you for sharing that with me. Hi. How much longer are you going to be up? Okay, can I call you back in 10 minutes? Can we short conversation? I gotta go back to fighting. I love you. Bye. What up, chat? Wow. Never called anybody chat before. What's left? What's going on with this? Well, chat, currently my right headphone is stuck in the backwards position. Don't know how or what to do about that.
So I'm going to call her back in about 10 minutes. So and I'll actually make a be right back message so that I don't leave empty chair and empty chair. When I come back. What up, Gall? Good to see you here. How you doing? Just so you know, I have no idea how many people are in chat. Just want you to know that you're here. Oh, dude, I'm proud of you. Love you, homie. How dare people use my phrase against me? This is criminal. Okay, so I appreciate that. Love to hear from you. If you ever have anything you want to say, at least while I've got this many people here, if you want to have like a message about what's going on in the world right now, you want to voice something, you're welcome to come up in the Discord and speak your piece. Yeah? Had I known you were doing this beforehand. Cliffhanger. Where were we in our discussion of why Article 5? So many points in favor of Article 5. We get down to the fear of Article 5. Let's be realistic. Reasonable people are still common enough to safeguard a convention against radicalization. Only 13 states are needed to prevent ratification of something insane. Let me rattle off some states for you. How many of these states do you think are likely to ratify a constitution or amendments that would take away your rights? Vermont, Massachusetts, Hawaii, California, New York, Maryland, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, Illinois, New Jersey, Washington, Oregon, Colorado, New Mexico, Minnesota, Virginia, Maine, New Hampshire. What are we at now? It's about 20. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, home of the National Convention, if I've got my history right. That was New York, wasn't it? Dang. That's over 20 states. You need 13 to prevent a radical amendment or constitution. Stop being afraid. The National Convention is a place for serious talk about something. If they want to go and waste our time and say we're not going to ratify something unless it has, let's say something my state Republican platform wants to do, remove the right to divorce by choice. There would have to be 13 of those states, because we only need 38 states to ratify a constitution or an amendment. There would have to be 13 of those states that say we're not going to ratify if you don't include removal of the right to divorce by choice. That's not going to happen. Stop being afraid of it. This is where we get serious work done. Gall, I don't know if you finished that thought. I just see, had I known you were doing this beforehand. Sorry, I messaged you guys late. I gotta stick up for myself here for a second and just say, like, this is terrifying to do. And though I told myself, well, it started off with me going, I'm going to do it by Wednesday. And then it became, that's just not realistic. I'm going to do it by Friday. And then I had 3 hours of sleep Wednesday night, and then I went to bed at 4 Thursday night because I was getting prepped because I wanted to launch on Friday night. And I went, I need to chill for a second because starting right now would not be healthy. So even when I decided that, the next couple of days was like, I'm gonna do it. I am going to launch on Sunday. Like I'm not gonna let myself not do this. But I don't want to message everybody yet. It hurts. So I finally did it today because I let this train progress enough that I couldn't back out of it. Dude, I don't know if you're making sense, man. Had I known you were doing this beforehand, I put another message. More. Okay. Let's try and squeeze one more. Oh no, wait. Here's where we can leave off on this point before I go call my daughter. Um, and in case any strangers on the internet ever watch this, I have my daughter on and off one week on, 1 week off. So I am not estranged from my daughter. Don't just only call her. Tonight I'm calling her. If you still want to tell me you are scared of having a national convention, all right, Gaul, you do that. If you're still scared of a national convention, tell me which is scarier. Having to have 38 states ratify a radical right constitution or amendment, or the state of the world as it is now, where 5 Supreme Court justices can get rid of your rights on a whim. Which of those things is scarier? Why do you think things are safe now, but would not be safe if we had a national convention where we had to have a serious conversation about how things are going to move forward? Unimaginable. Okay, now let's see if we can squeeze one more in. All right, Gaul, I'll check real quick. Had you known that I was doing this beforehand, you would have loved to help me set up. Well, I appreciate that. Weirdly enough, I have had very little involvement in me setting up this process. Not because my wonderful support network wouldn't have helped me with it, but because, man, it's one of those things where you burden yourself with, like I have to do this for myself, and also it's like the executive dysfunction of ADHD and complex PTSD, where it's like, you know, maybe it would have helped. It probably would have helped because I would have had people pushing me to keep going, but it was always like, oh, I can't have people know because, or like people know where I am in the process, because what if I don't do it? What if I end up not doing it? Because my executive dysfunction will prevent me from ever biting the bullet and actually starting. So I had to do it myself. How am I doing, man? You stream all the time? Am I doing okay? I'm learning to feel out the space. I think I'm way more comfortable now than I was 2.5 hours ago. All right, I need to set up an overlay. I'm gonna take my call. There we go. Where's the... There we go. Okay, that's not gonna size right. Wow. Well, this is a pain in the butt. OBS. Oh my gosh. Okay, if I just size it right, and then I can adjust the text. Always happy to take tips, because as I have pointed out, I am the know-nothing attorney, because I don't claim to know anything. I'm not pretending. I'm happy to say I don't know something. And I hope that we can all agree that we don't know things, and that's fine. Oh, don't resize. Ooh. Okay. Let's resize the font. Learning on the fly. Let's go. Oh, you know what? I'll just leave it here. I'll leave the camera visible. That's totally fine. Cool. What? That's not the right thing. All right. See y'all soon. Oh my god, has my audio been off this whole time? Can you hear me? Could you hear me that whole time? Or no? Oh my god. Sigh. Okay. Well, I might have to recover the same points I had just a minute ago, but no loss. I will see you guys in a minute. I gotta go call the daughter. Bye. Could you hear me before, though? Oh, okay, wow. Okay, interesting. Can you hear me now? How? How's this? Good. Okay, whatever. I gotta go call my kid. I'll be back.
What's up, chat? You guys ready for Dogtown? Good Dogtown game. Thank you, Paul. Do you prefer I use your chat name? I don't know. I think some systems might. Oh. Let me turn that back up. Well, now I can really do it. What's going on, chat? You smell. She smells. All good now? You hear me better? Apparently you can hear me without that, so maybe I should... Oh, you know what it is? Maybe? Nope. Okay, but you can hear me even like this? All good? Oh, I need you. Good. Okay. I am audible. Back to it. Let's do a quick recap. We're talking about why do Article 5. We did my whole speech at the beginning. Did who am I? We did Mike. You should set your audio to mono. How's that? That option was supposed to be on from the beginning. Alright. Well, we can figure that out later. Okay. We did my whole spiel at the beginning about my feelings about this, about the project. Did who am I, credentials, all that stuff. It's not very exciting. We did the how do we implement Article 5? You can hear me better on OBS? You're on OBS? Or I should set it to mono on OBS. Is that what you're saying? Hey, look at that. Did I just figure something out? I think it might be on mono now. Might need to turn up the gain. Check, check. How's the audio level? Yellow. Alright, whatever. I'll just keep going. Oh. Yeah. YouTube's bad about that. Okay, cool. Or at least YouTube has been bad about that so far. I don't want to say it's inherently bad about that. Okay. We talked about how to implement Article 5. And we talked about what Article 5 could do for us. Yeah. Now we're talking about why Article 5. Because somebody decided for us earlier that they wanted to talk about the how before the why. But so now we're talking about why Article 5. And to do a quick recap, number one, this is not a substitution for all the other things we do. You should still protest. You should still go to No King's Day next weekend. You should still boycott. You should still vote. You should still organize. And I'm going to do a better job of that myself because we don't have a choice anymore. We have to do this. Number two, we have a Hydra problem. Everything else isn't enough, even if we do it. It can temporarily solve the problem, but the problem is the framework.
And people will take advantage of holes that have been proven to exist in the framework. So we need to change the framework. Number 3, specifically, the Trump administration is not our only danger right now. They are not the only danger specifically that comes from them, because we know about Project 2025 and the people that wrote that and the people who are trying to implement it through Trump still exist. Even if we remove him from office. Even if we get rid of everybody who's currently in office. We need to make it impenetrable by things like Project 2025. Number 4. The federal government's power is granted by the states. The states are more powerful than the federal government, than the president. So we should act like it. We should use it. That's what it's there for. Number 5, you don't have a realistic ability to impact the federal government. You do have a realistic ability to impact your own local community, and through your local community to impact your state. Things are a lot easier to deal with when they are close to you, when they are your own people. And that sounds problematic. Your own people can be any kind of people that are in your community. Number 6, please stop being scared of a national convention. It doesn't make sense. You need 34 states to call a national convention. You need 38 to ratify either an amendment or a whole constitution. I know that the far right wanted a national convention, but they only talked about it. That was not something they could implement. Because it only takes 13 states to reject anything through a national convention. And earlier we went off a list of over 20 states that would make that impossible to do. And I've got a list of the top 38 states that we could be able to implement this through. You don't need every state. And keep in mind, the states through the Constitution gave up the ability to leave. At least that's what was decided through the Civil War. The states do not have independent sovereignty. They have individual sovereignty, but not independent sovereignty. They can't leave on their own. So all 50 states would be governed by the outcome of 38 states' decisions. And on the opposite end, 12 states, like, you'd have to have very radical states who would be able to prevent any kind of thing greatly decided on by a large number of states. It would take 13 extremely radical states to require something radical be put in, or they would never accept it. There are not that many extremely radical states. States that would, for instance, like the example I gave earlier, like my state's Republican platform, get rid of divorce by choice. Cool. Anyway, so let's move on. Oh, no, I did have one more point. Stop being scared about national conventions, because it is not scarier to have 38 states ratify something with the possibility that they choose something radical for 38 states to do. It is not scarier to have that than what we currently have, where either 5 Supreme Court justices just do away with your rights on a whim because they feel like it, or because one person does and no one stops him. Those are scarier. Period. Moving on. I don't know if you've noticed it, but there's a major shift going on right now in a positive direction. Now, I don't think that shift on its own is enough to stop a lot of what's happening, but there are a lot of people who voted for Trump that are wondering what the heck is going on right now. A lot of people, I mean, some of them are even fed up with him. I mean, you can just go look around the internet. Like there are Trump voters who are alarmed and upset. But even more than that, there's a weird philosophical space right now. Bit of a philosophical shift. And this is anecdotal. I don't have the evidence for this. But what I can tell you is I watch a lot of debate content. I was about to say that I watch Sam and Dean, but those are the supernatural characters. Those are not the right people. I watch Parker. I watch Dean. I watch Vosh, though he doesn't do debate anymore. I watch Jovan Bradley. And I watch the guys on The Line who operate. It's like a big group. Well, I guess they operate from all over the place. Matt Dillahunty, Jimmy Snow. Lots of great debate guys. Put a lot of care into challenging people on epistemology. I think more care could be given to their base is getting more divided. I want to give the specific example of the debate space. There was a while there where like a big hole appeared. Like through the first few months of the administration, it was people constantly calling into these debate channels, challenging people wanting to support the Trump administration. I support Trump and this is why. And things started getting crazy. And there was a period, I think it was during the summer, where these debate channels just had a hard time getting people to call in supporting Trump. It went quiet. It got weirdly quiet. And that's when I really started thinking about doing this project, because I hope I get the chance, like, I really want the chance to talk to some of these people in a non-confrontational space, a cooperative space, a space where we can build and talk about epistemology, talk about polity. And that's something I haven't gotten into. Like, there's no such thing as American policy, guys. There's only such thing as American polity. That's what our founders agreed on. How rights are protected, what rights are protected, how power is divided, how we are governed. The how is polity. The what is policy. And you need to stop pretending there is such a thing as American policy. Now, we can fight for good policy. And when I say fight, I mean through the polity that we decide on together. We can fight for good policy, and it's American to do that. And we can say we want to believe that it is in the soul of America to have good policy that fights for people. But really, from the beginning, there was never anything decided on what is policy, because there were 13 states that all did things different. What is American is how those states agreed to govern themselves together. But I was talking about the debate space. It emptied out. Now, I feel like there's been a resurgence lately where I think it's just like way more radical people that have all started calling in more. I don't know if it's because they felt like there was the same hole in the debate space, but it feels like people who are more willing to vocally support Trump and his administration through anything, no matter what he does. Like, people who are willing to say, I don't care what power we give the executive. He can do anything, as long as he's keeping us safe. That's not American. But more people are willing to take that position. And I want to reach those people who are in that space, who used to be filling it with debate, like actual good faith debate, and are no longer in that space anymore, because I feel like those people don't feel like they have a place to go. They feel like they are going to be shamed for, if not the positions they hold currently, the positions they used to hold. And that's a big fear of people moving on from decisions that they have decided aren't good anymore. They hold a fear of losing their community, of not having a new community, and of having to own up to things that they used to believe. And that's all very challenging and scary on its own. So I want to take on the challenge of figuring out how we fill that void. And I think the way we do it is we start from shared values. And I know we don't feel like we have a lot, but that's because we've forgotten how to get back to them. And at a bare minimum, we can be like, how do we know what truth is? How do we decide that? How can we know what's true and what's not? How can we plan for the future? How can we anticipate what will happen if we do something? And then we can go to things like, well, we appreciate freedom, and then we can talk about what freedom is. And I have a bit more to get into in that in a little bit, but for now, I'll move on from that. That shift is happening, and this may be the only opportunity to engage those people and say, look, I need you to see that the environment you have helped create is as dangerous as it is. And I need your help to make it less dangerous for all of us. If I can get you to understand that this environment is dangerous, then we can build something safer for everyone. We need to take advantage of this while we can to completely redo the framework, because if we don't, we just go right back to fighting and playing team sports all over again, and the opportunity is wasted. We leave ourselves vulnerable because we couldn't stop fighting. And just as a side note, I went to a fair yesterday, and I had a very hard time debating with myself whether I wanted to start something with somebody that was proudly wearing MAGA merchandise. No, I don't want to be in that space. I don't want anybody to be in that space anymore, because we need to build a coalition for polity, not for policy, because our polity is in danger. Our polity should never be in danger. We should never have to face that, because that's existentially frightening, existentially threatening. And so we have to fight for that before we can go back to worrying about policy. Those people are worried about things like military deployment in cities too. Those people are starting to be worried about the extent that due process is being denied. Those people are starting to see, oh, he's not focusing on dangerous criminals. He doesn't care that his Virginia prosecutor came back and told him there is no evidence on which to indict Letitia James, James Comey, and Adam Schiff. And he said, do it anyway. The Epstein files, of course. I will keep being awesome. You keep being awesome. I'm proud of you. Thanks for dropping in. I'm going to keep doing this. I'm going to do it every day, at least for a little bit. That's the plan. Because I got nothing else that I can do. So I'm going to do this. There was a piece of news today I didn't get deep into, but there may be something about Trump's Justice Department that was just starting an internal list of Americans for surveillance. If there's just an internal enemies list of Americans that get special treatment for how they're being watched, nobody should be down for that. I mean, especially if it's based on your political opinion. And that's why this is a risk for me. What am I going to do? I feel like I have to share things sometimes in case people don't hear about them. There was a national security presidential memo. God, I feel like it was a month ago, but I lose track of time. An internal memo that cited new bases for deeper investigations into American citizens. And those included, and let me take this opportunity I always say, I profess to know nothing. So if I need to look this up, to research it more, let me know. I'll look. But bases for Department of Justice looking into I believe it's maybe online figures, not sure, but really that could be anybody if you're online. But the bases include anti-American speech. I don't know if you know this, but that is literally the number one reason we have the number one amendment. You are supposed to be allowed to speak your dissatisfaction with your leadership, with your country. That's your right. But they cited anti-American speech. Not only that, anti-Christian speech. As if the government is now taking sides not just of religion versus irreligion, but picking a religion that it defends against all others. I don't mean against all others as if Christianity is fighting all others, but it's getting special treatment by the American government. If people say bad things about Christianity, you're on a watch list now. Or you could be. You're allowed to be because of that. Anti-capitalist speech. Nowhere in the founding documents of America is the requirement that it be capitalist. The reference to the right to property was even removed from the Declaration of Independence. It's hard to fathom not feeling like your rights are not being infringed. I don't know how anyone out there could hear that and think, oh no, I'm in danger too. You should feel that. Whoever hears this message, you should feel that. And I want to remind you from my initial speech. No. My introduction to myself. I'm scared, and I think you should be scared, and I don't think you should be ashamed or quiet about being scared. I think being scared and quiet about it, not showing your enemies your fear, is a trick propagated by your enemies. Because if you don't show fear, people think they're alone in their fear. Afraid and quiet is complacency. Signing up for subjugation. You should be scared. You should be scared and empowered. And that's why I want to be here for that purpose. I hope to empower you through this. But you should be scared. I'm scared. I'm scared for my daughter. I'm scared for my found family. I'm scared for you. Let's move on. Number 8 on the list of why Article 5. We have too many immediate threats to our well-being to play this step by step anymore. Now that gets into the giant list of things that I said could be fixed by a national convention, all that could be done in a single constitutional change. We've been boiling frogs. And I say we've been boiling frogs since before I was in the pot. Like, since I even existed. The true birth of American prosperity as we know it was in the 40s. And the reason why is because we banded together and did more for each other. That's what was accomplished in the New Deal. People extremely underestimate the power of choosing to educate every American that fought in World War II who wanted it. That changed generations. And it empowered everybody. When you lift up your neighbor, you benefit. That's where all our prosperity comes from. And it's not hard to understand why. We need incredible people. And incredible people are everywhere. But if incredible people can't learn, if incredible people can't eat, if incredible people die before they're 18 because their parents can't afford their health care, then we never get to meet those incredible people. And those incredible people never get to benefit us as part of their community, to enrich our foundations, to invent, to modernize, to revolutionize, in ways that lift all of us up. The things that make America great and make people want to come here. I don't see a solution in making America a place that people don't want to come to. That means it's not a place we should want to be. It's bad. Hello? Wake up. When cutting off your nose to spite your face, right? If you're so focused on making things bad for other people because you don't want them here, you're going to miss when you make it bad for you. So back to my point of all these things that are... I was talking about American prosperity. What we know is American prosperity started in the 40s, and it has been dismantled piece by piece by piece ever since. It has been nearly a century-long fight. And we were complacent with it the whole time. And now so much has been undone that you can't build it back piece by piece. And it wasn't put in piece by piece it wasn't put in piece by piece to begin with. It was done all at once through the New Deal. Now that was an empowered executive, and thankfully, he did a lot of good things. But we shouldn't rely on an executive for this. We can do this as the states. We can do more than the New Deal did. So we can't do it piece by piece. We have to do it all at once. If we're boiling frogs, you can't take out some of the hot water and expect the frog to survive. It's still boiling. And let me wrap up my reasons why we should do Article 5, why we should rely on Article 5 to save ourselves, by saying this last point. If you think you're winning, you're losing too. I think I just touched on this, but you're ruining things for yourself. And you're just too blinded by what's happening to other people and your glee for that you don't see it. if you fight for certain people to lose rights, those rights don't exist anymore. They're not rights. They're gone. When people are being deported without due process, that could be you and no one would be able to tell the difference. Someone could call you a gang member from another country and you wouldn't have the chance to prove otherwise. You'd have to rely on the color of your skin, and how good is a system then? It's broken. It's broken for you too, and you need to realize it, and we need your help fixing it. Alright, let's move on to something I guess you could say is a little more fun. This is my appeal to those people. My appeal to the political right. Which I hope gets to be heard by somebody. And I hope you can hear the message. And forgive me, this is another one of those things that I prepared, because I'm not going to be able to remember everything off the top of my head. And I came into this unprepared, because I didn't have time to wait to be prepared, to write scripts and memorize them, remember what all my points were, to make simple bullet lists and know everything that went in them. I just had to start. So some of these things are pre-prepared, so I know them. But let me remind you that I feel them all. I'm sharing this because I feel it. This is my appeal to you, my neighbor on the right. I once was in your shoes, so I understand your view. You rightfully believe in the power of language. The political rhetoric on your side imbues words with power and embraces them. Think about the feelings these words bring up in you. Socialist, Marxist, communist, Antifa, illegals, radical, leftist, DEI, woke. So much political discourse revolves around the left trying to argue the meanings of these words with you. That isn't because they care about these words, but because you do. They care about the substance behind them. And so much time is wasted arguing about definitions. Every time you argue these definitions with the left, that is them trying to reach you through a wall of associations you have built around them, or that have been built for you. And without asking you to abandon your values, I hope to demonstrate that the power of words is being used against you. I think it's the main weapon being used against you. I'm about to do my best, using your words, to show that while I believe that it is your honest wish to put America first, those in power are asking you to buy snake oil with that label slapped on it. Don't buy something for the label. Number one, to conservatives who think this administration stands for conservatism. Conservative means preserving long-standing institutions. It means respect for the systems we have vested our power in. It means states' rights and limited federal power, especially for the federal executive. But wholesale dismantling of the systems that protect us? threatening and smearing judges who don't agree with the executive branch, firing prosecutors who won't invent crimes, deploying the military against the states and their citizens, using the cities as their training grounds. That's not conservative. Real conservatives conserve the Constitution, not shred it. When you say conservative, you mean preserving what works. When they say it, what they mean is radical. Number 2, to Republicans who think this administration stands for republicanism. Republic comes from res publica, the public thing. It is a means of giving the power to the people in one way or another. It means government belongs to the people, not to one man or one party. It means transparent governance, where citizens can see and shape their democracy. But one man who can decide everything unchecked? Private meetings with foreign powers with no record kept? Public servants becoming personal servants? Owing oaths of loyalty? The people's house turned into a private royal court? When the public thing becomes private property, the republic, the res publica, dies. Your party once stood for keeping government accountable to the people. When you say Republican, you mean government by the people. When they say it, what they truly mean is autocracy. To Christians, number 3, to Christians who think this administration stands for Christianity. Christian means following Christ's teachings. It means feeding the hungry, welcoming strangers, caring for the least of these. It means humility before God and service to others. But cutting food stamps while giving tax breaks to billionaires who'd have a hard time fitting through the eye of a needle? The news I heard, was it yesterday, about ICE shooting a priest non-lethally for praying while they laughed off screen? Selling access to the highest bidder? Using God's name to justify cruelty and division? Christ threw out the money changers. This administration invites them to dinner. Power wearing a cross isn't Christian power. As a Christian, you should be standing for real values. And after they give you power, they will see your values as a threat to their power. And it's you they will restrain next. If you forgot or never knew, American Christians originally wanted politics out of the church, just as much as politics wanted the church out of politics. I hope you can come to understand why now. When you say Christian, you mean follower of Christ. When they say it, what they truly mean is glory to Caesar. Number 4. To men who think this administration stands for men. Hey, look, here's one for me. You were raised with an expectation. Be powerful. Be providers. Be protectors. And everywhere you look, that feels impossible now. Wages stagnant, jobs disappearing. You can't buy a house. Can't provide like your father did. And they're telling you it's because women got jobs, because minorities got rights, because society went woke. But here's the thing. You're right. Power is being stolen from you. Just not by who they're pointing at. It's being stolen by the same people stealing it from everyone else. Your female coworker isn't why you can't afford rent. Your black neighbor isn't why your factory closed. Real strength? It's realizing we're all getting robbed by the same few thousand people at the top. Looking out only for yourself while they pit us against each other, that's exactly what they want. Standing with others to reclaim all our power, that's what they fear. When you say real man, you mean protector and provider. When they say it, what they truly mean is bully. Number 5. To workers who think this administration stands for the working class. Working class means people who earn their living through honest labor. It means fair wages for hard work. It means dignity, respect, and a path to prosperity for your children through your work. Or it should. But tax cuts for the billionaires while your wages stay flat? Blaming your struggles on other workers instead of price gouging corporations? Letting those corporations run amok? Reinstituting child labor. Union busting while claiming to be populist. Cutting overtime protections while calling themselves your champions. They want your anger, not your prosperity. They need your vote, not your success. That's what they care about. Working people deserve more than empty promises. When you say working class, you mean dignity through honest work. When they say it, what they truly mean is the working poor in their proper place. Number 6. To rural Americans who think this administration stands for rural America. Rural means self-reliance and community support. It means neighbors helping neighbors. It means working the land and building with your hands. It means keeping traditions alive. But hospitals closing while they promise to revive your towns? And if you haven't seen a rural hospital close yet, just wait. It's coming. Big ag swallowing family farms while they blame regulations? Your main street's dying while Walmart gets tax breaks? Your kids leaving home because there's no opportunity left? They wave your flag while selling your future to the highest bidder. When you say rural, you mean community and self-reliance. When they say it, what they truly mean is exploitable. Number 7. To the wealthy and powerful who think this administration stands for you. Sure, you're winning right now. Congratulations. You're the only ones. Tax cuts, regulations vanishing, government contracts without oversight. Your wealth is growing faster than ever, and this administration is delivering exactly what you paid for. But you know history, or you should. Every authoritarian regime eventually needs an enemy to blame when things go wrong. And things go wrong with authoritarians. And when they've finished with the poor, the immigrants, the dissidents, they come for the rich. Because they hate competing power. Today's oligarch becomes tomorrow's scapegoat. Ask the wealthy families of Russia. Because that's been great for the past few years. Ask what happened to the industrialists who backed strongmen throughout history. You can keep your wealth in a stable democracy with laws. Or you can gamble it in an autocracy ruled by whims. Rule of law protects property rights. Rule by personality, that lasts exactly as long as you're useful. Here's the thing. We don't need you to take back our sovereignty. When you accumulate wealth, when you pull it from the many into the hands of the few, and you thin those numbers out more and more, there are shockingly few of you. But we could use your help. But if you stand against the people, it is in our interest to make sure history remembers. That's what you incentivize. We don't want it to happen again. When you say prosperity, you mean building lasting wealth. When they say it, what they truly mean is temporary favor. And I shouldn't have to do this section, the one I saved for last of these mini groups. But to the fair-skinned who think this administration stands for the fair-skinned, look, I get it. They keep telling you that your struggles are because those people got too much. And now it's time that you get back what was yours. They're promising you'll be on top again. That your whiteness means something. That you're part of the winning team. They're selling you pride while you struggle to pay for groceries. They're giving you someone to look down on while they look down on you from their penthouses. You're not on their team. You're just wearing their jersey. If hating your neighbor made you rich, you'd be rich. If your skin color was currency, you wouldn't be living paycheck to paycheck. Wake up. The real division isn't between you and the black family next door. It's between all of us down here and the few thousand up there laughing at how easy we are to divide. One of the first things you learn is colors. That's what you defaulted to. And if I can't get through to you on that, I don't want to try anymore. But what I do want to do is ask every other person on this list exactly why they want to be on your team. When you say heritage, you mean the values your ancestors fought for. When they say it, what they truly mean is distraction for the gullible. When they say America first, it's not America they're putting first. They are using the things you care about to get your support for things that hurt others, that hurt you. That's all I'm asking you to step back and see. I'm not asking you to stop being conservative, or Republican, or Christian. As we just covered, those mean entirely different things than they use them for. I never want you to be required to give those things up. But we need you. As frustrating as that is for many of us to say, we need you. You should be as angry as we are. Your values are under threat just as much as ours. We can build a future for both of us. And Article 5 lets us all win by fixing the system in a way we can all benefit from, instead of fighting over who controls this broken one. That's my appeal to you. And I hope it reaches someone. So we've been going for over 3.5 hours now. Good first stream. Stopped watching how many people were in here a long time ago, so might be a handful, it might be none. I'll close out the night by going over one more thing. The first thing that I want to do in this project, before we get to substantive solutions through amendment or constitution, because that's getting way ahead of ourselves. If we're realistic, it's going to be a long time before we get to any kind of solution. And I thank you for being here and bearing with me through this. This has been, dreaded this for so long. I'll remind you again, I didn't want to do this. I'm an anxious person. But I had to do what I believe in. So, we had a roadmap laid out for us by the people who did this before. And I don't know if you can appreciate, as I appreciate so much more now, trying to walk in their shoes. Our founding fathers left us a roadmap for what works. And the first thing that they did was write an appeal to the world, unknowing how it would be taken, unknowing how long of a future they had. They didn't know what they were getting into. They knew what they wanted, and they knew they had to try. So they had to explain themselves. That appeal served many purposes. The appeal was a persuasive piece to those among them that thought they were crazy, that thought there was no hope for the future that they were seeking. That appeal was an accounting for their descendants, why they took the actions they took when they took them, what justified them. And that appeal was also how do I put this without saying appeal again? a plea for recognition to the world. Look now what we do because of the things we do it for, the injustices we endure, the values we stand up for. That appeal was the Declaration of Independence. And I think it's a pretty genius move for those three things that it did. And I hope to do it again now as a renewed Declaration of Independence. Not from America, but from the institutions we've made that have turned against us, to make them ours again. Through state power, through our own power, through that state power. So, I've drafted the preamble so that we don't have to work on it together, because my opening speech was long and drawn out enough. But I'll read it to you. It's done exactly in the tradition of the original, updated for modern purposes, because our situation is slightly different than it was for our founding fathers. And I've made a list of the first dozen grievances, but we have many more, and I hope to work on them with you. And the reason why that's so important is, for those that have never heard this, certain strategies that we know exist, we're familiar with them, partly because we watched them be developed and used by our enemies historically. Certain strategies are being used against us. Those strategies are, I'm going to name two: the fire hose of falsehood, that barrage of lies so fast that you cannot correct them fast enough. So easy to adopt as truth, because you don't have to defend it for long. You just move on to the next one. So keep them as they're convenient. We can't hold them accountable if we're constantly tracking down all the things they've said that are incorrect, that hurt us through their falsehood. The second is called flooding the zone, which sounds very similar to fire hose of falsehood, and in a way it is very similar, but we don't need lies for flooding the zone. You just need a constant barrage of news. New bad things happening. If you're constantly trying to keep up with everything they're doing that hurts you, you don't have time or the capacity to hold on to the old ones. And if you keep doing that, you can get away with anything. That's why I want to crowdsource this, because I can't remember all of the horrible things that have been done over the past 10 years. I remember a lot of them. And as we'll see, I have one that is my particular pet peeve that I can't believe people weren't bothered to pay attention to. And heck, I'll cover it real quick before I get into the preamble. If you don't know what the fake elector plot is, you don't care enough. I'll say that to everybody on every side. If you don't know what the fake elector plot was, you don't care enough. When you think of January 6th, you think of the attack on the Capitol. And that's by design. That was the purpose of it. It wasn't meant to accomplish anything, which the right is so happy to remind everyone of as a defense for some reason. Well, they never could have gotten anything done. Oh, is that why it's okay? It was never meant to do anything. The people who participated in it didn't know that. But it was never meant to do anything. It was just meant to make you think of it when it happened. Because what was really happening that day was a conspiracy. And let me remind you, I'm an attorney. A conspiracy has a definition. It is people, I'm not going to use the legal definition, I'm going to have to paraphrase for you. It is people collaborating together to commit crime. A conspiracy theory is theorizing that there are people somewhere coordinating together to commit crime, usually without evidence. But we know there was a conspiracy to use fake electoral votes to change the result of that election. And I certainly hope that YouTube doesn't jump in on this, because I would like to say, notice that I don't get any comeuppance for this because I'm not spreading misinformation. This happened, and we know it happened because they talk about it happening. They do. The Trump administration admitted to most every part of the scheme. And if so far you're listening to me and going, wow, I didn't know that happened, there's more to it. And yeah, the fact that you don't know about it is both the intent and the problem. Because we've seen their emails for the scheme, and they called them fake electoral votes. Chesebro called them fake electoral votes. At least I believe it was him. I apologize if that's incorrect. I don't profess to know anything. I will happily correct myself, and if somebody tells me I should research it more, I will. I'll look at anything, change my mind about anything, as long as it's accurate. But I definitely know if it wasn't him, we know from the inside, from emails, they called them fake electoral votes. They called them fake electors. The state certified the outcomes of the presidential election, of the elections that happened within their borders, as is their constitutional demand to do. But for some reason, I believe it was 7 states, had 2 different envelopes, 2 different people, 2 different groups of people certifying to be or alleging to be the legitimate electors of that state. Trump's people knew they weren't. But they had a plan. They'd have one of their own count the votes, as was the vice presidential duty to do, as is the vice presidential duty to do. He would count the votes. And when he came across duplicate envelopes, or separate envelopes for the same state, he had multiple options. Why? How do we know that they had multiple options? We have the memo. I believe we have multiple drafts of the memo explaining the plan. People who voted for this person. We have their internal memos explaining the plan that the vice president would find envelopes containing the votes of false electors that they knew were false, and looking at them, he could choose to claim it is his duty as vice president to choose the correct envelope because he's supposed to count the votes, and he would choose the ones that voted for Trump. Or he didn't have to go that route. Another option they gave him was to discard those states and say, because there is a disputed outcome on the state's elections, we just set them aside and count the electoral votes otherwise. Which, funnily enough, the math would have given Trump the win. Huh. But he didn't have to choose that option. No, they gave him another alternative. Actually, I believe there was another one after that I don't remember. He could say, oh, there's a disputed outcome to the election. Let's take the alternative constitutional option and send it back to Congress for them to decide the outcome of the election, to take it out of the hands of the people voting for the president and to give it to the Congress that was controlled at the time by Republicans, which they had the confidence internally that they had sufficient votes to overturn the results of the election. Which on its own is disgusting. That they had the confidence that there were enough people in Congress that were willing to do that. And somehow you still vote for this party. And weirdly enough, I didn't mean to go on about this for so long, but weirdly enough, you know why this plan failed? Mike Pence said no. Mike Pence consulted with his attorneys and they told him it was unconstitutional and he said no. You know what they did after that? They tried to convince him to be gone. And allegedly tried to make him disappear that day and replace him with the person whose job it was to take his place for counting the votes, so someone willing to do it would do it. I'm sick of acting like this is normal. They tried to take it from the American people right in front of your goddamn eyes and you fucking accepted it. It took me 4 hours of streaming for me to get that angry. God. Why don't you know about this? Why aren't you paying attention? These are the people you gave power back to. When we dropped to our knees in 2020 and said, thank God we didn't hand it back to this person. We thought it would never have to happen again. We were naive. We didn't realize how little you paid attention. Or how much you don't care, because somehow you think that getting your win is worth giving up all of your rights for. No one in his orbit should have ever come close again. We should have figured out, which maybe we know, maybe they list them. I'm not sure. I'd have to look again. Maybe we should figure out what Republicans in Congress they were so confident would have turned that election over. And they should have never been close to the Capitol again. But why don't you know that? Or why don't you care? People say that January 6th was the biggest assault on our American democracy since the Civil War. A, I'd say you're right, for the wrong reasons, because people think about the wrong thing that happened that day. But B, I'd say ever. Power was intentionally attempted to be taken away from the American people, and you're just cool with it. I thought you were American. I need to talk about this topic more often because apparently it gets me real. Ooh. Why don't you care? With that said, that's my number one grievance on the renewed Declaration of Independence of the states from the federal government they created. So I'll read the preamble to you now, and we can get back to working on that together another time. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for a people to recall to virtuous purpose those political instruments in which they vested their sovereign power, and to reclaim among the powers of the earth that separate and equal station to which they are entitled, and which risk seizure and diminution by usurpers bearing falsely the livery of public service, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should render a candid accounting of those causes which impel them to the reclamation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all persons are created equal, that inherent in their personhood are certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights governments are instituted among the people, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any government of, by, and for the people becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter it, laying its foundation anew on such principles and reallocating its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. It's been a good 4 hours. I thank you for being here with me. Thank you for everyone who checked in. I appreciate you. I love you all. And I'm proud of you. I'm proud of all of you. You're going through a lot. You've gone through a lot. You have to worry about a lot. And you worry far more than anyone should ever be required to. I proudly call myself American because of the values that initially stood for, and that I hope to reclaim. Good night and good day to everyone. I plan to be back tomorrow and tomorrow's tomorrow, because I don't know how I can stop anymore. I hope to do at least an hour a day, preferably more than that. But when I got my daughter, I gotta pay attention to my daughter, you know. But she knows about this and she supports it. So maybe I'll have her right here off camera and she can work while I work. We can have fun doing stuff. Because I had fun with you guys. I'm going to try to have fun with these things that are horrifying. I don't know how to close this. So I guess I'll just say, I'll see you tomorrow. And as always, I'm proud of you. I know nothing. We know nothing. But I hope to gain everything together.